Hah? Close. Hapana, close haina giza. Berudi. Kale kasani kako wapi? Kale kasani kako wapi? Tingo kuwehino, tingo chuatino, bandorogino, donyo kuogino, tiwe damo, aworo ikoro, tera, tinaro, tiwe damo.
Let's appreciate Kaki Wakaki. He's doing a wonderful job. Thank you. Yeah, another one? Okay, another one. Carry on, Kaki Wakaki.
Tamini chula hot. Never get mara. Never get mara. Let's magaida. Tamini chula hot. I don't go at all. Ramona kera bile bile. Tunamana utero fe. Ramona kera bile bile. Tunamana utero fe. Quiero pile pile, una uteko fe, kaino lo yura. Kangene wasuka, emari nunala no, ondo di kaya, kunde mamukuru. Kanga ikukre kidero, okumi ni wese pio, dame mi chula hot. I'm going to talk on the road. Come and just be in the breath that you want. I want the learning for you. The Buddha more I want the learning for you. Breath more I want the learning for you. Breath more I want the learning for you. You know what you get.
Wow, wonderful, amazing. The round of applause is in order. What is Kake Wakake?
Kake Wakake is my name. My name is Kake Wakake, and I come from a village called Masat in Ugenya. So Wakake is my ancestral name, and it is my jogi. If you're a Luo, you know the meaning of jogi.
Yeah, any Luo in the house understand what he has said. Amesema nini? Yogi ni? Ancestral? Oh, we want to hear that. Yeah, just an ancestral name. Thank you so much, Kake Wakake. Asante sana. Go and have your soup now also. You want to go now? Okay. Do it very high public demand. Then as we prepare the keynote presentation by Dr. Naomi Njuguna, he will do just one number, then we begin. All right, thank you. Let's appreciate him once more. Thank you very much, Kake Wakake. Karibu sana. Now we'll do the keynote presentation, and at this point I want to invite on stage DJ. If you're ready, you can play this song as we invite Dr. Naomi Njuguna on stage. Let's appreciate her for the keynote presentation. Karibu sana. Karibu sana Daktari.
Kadi matala balingi kokunda ngai mobesu nazali nanu kopema nanu nakufite Kadi ba mobali akabi ngai kado na bambanda nazali
Tony Olang, the members of the Hello family, distinguished professors, members of the Academy present, invited guests, and all protocol observed. It is my very great honor to be part of this auspicious event, and I'm very humbled to make this speech, this keynote address, in honor of my friend and childhood friend, Tony Olang, as we launch his book today. Not Without My Water Pot is a sequel to the author's book titled From Cradle to Cradle, which he launched only last year. 2 books in 2 years. Amazing. Congratulations, Tony. This is a good thing you've done. I was privileged to be a guest at the launch of the first book, and one of the chapters that elicited a lot of interest for me was the chapter on marriage. And I'm therefore quite glad that the author chose to expound on that chapter through this book on marriage customs. Now, although I'm not from the Luo nation, the book resonated with me as the traditional process of marriage and the practice of customs that accompany this process are not too different from my own culture, or should I say cultures, because I am of mixed origin. My father is a Kikuyu, my mother is a Nandi, my grandmother was a Dorobo. I was married to a Luya, who is half a Hisa and half a Maragoli, whose grandmother was Ugandan. So I wasn't very surprised when my 13-year-old son 3 days ago, I don't know for what reason, asked me this question: Mom, when I grow up, which culture should I identify with? Which culture should I teach my children? And I just looked at him and smiled and said, the one that you choose. That's the one that you will go by. And the question that kept lingering in my mind from the launch of his first book and continued to linger even as I pondered over this new book on marriage customs is really, why do we need a book on customs in a society where, firstly, there is a larger population of who we call the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha, the ones who were born between 1995 and 2015, that's the Gen Z, the digitals, the entrepreneurials, the instant solution people, and the Gen Alpha, the ones who are born from 2010 to date, and I think they'll go on until 2025. This is the 21st century generation. They have a diverse and global mindset. They are likely to be exposed to diverse cultures and ideas, and likely to be more politically and socially active. Statistics in Kenya show that over 75% of the Kenyan population is actually under the age of 35 years. And so the question is, do these people want to know about customs and culture? Secondly, there is an increased rate of intermarriage and intertwining of different cultures. I'm just an example of that. I've just given you my background. There's now a new generation of people that would not really know their exact cultural origins, and perhaps might not even be interested to find out. So remember the question I asked at the beginning. Why do we need a book on customs? Thirdly, the male-female interaction is premised on a social revolution that is characterized by personal romantic preferences, whether hetero or homo or bi or asexual. It's characterized by autonomy and sexual liberation and material and financial gain. So marriage is therefore seen as a transactional model to meet the individual needs of the parties concerned. And where those needs are no longer met, the parties are then at liberty to vacate the transaction. Practices such as wife swapping and no strings attached sexual interactions are quite acceptable today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need a radical social re-engineering where our African identity, manifested in the diverse cultural heritages we possess, can bring sanity back to the institution of marriage. I personally think that there is a silent revolution that has begun to steer people away from colonized thinking patterns into more authentic and decolonized African ways of viewing issues. This book by my friend Tony is an apt representation of that revolution. It's a timely intervention at a time when the society is currently on the brink of deculturalization, with modern generations engaged in a wholehearted and unquestioning embrace of global values in an expanding global village. This has disintegrated cultural norms and values and practices amongst various communities, creating a cultural crisis amongst current generations. Not Without My Water Pot is thus a timely enhancement to existing literature on marriage customs, particularly among the Luo, and is a convincing text on why the return to customs and traditions is the way we can restore sanity to the marriage institution. I'll elaborate on this a little later. The text is meticulous, dare I say. It is a detailed, deep dive into the customary process of marriage according to the Luo. It is written in a way that is easy to understand, and it's punctuated by Luo proverbs and allegories, which give context to the various symbolic practices described. Through this text, the author has volunteered himself as a bridge to link traditional and modern generations. He aims at cultivating and inspiring intergenerational cultural transmission in order to preserve traditional knowledge. Amidst patriarchal perspectives and critiques of traditional customs in African cultures, Tony offers a counter-narrative to these perspectives and places the woman, the bride, at the center of securing the institution of marriage and family, and ultimately the whole community. For example, he provides a little acknowledged perspective of polygamy that is not demeaning and does not disempower women. A woman is actually seen as an invaluable resource, the eyes and the ears of her husband. A man with one wife is likened to, and please forgive the pronunciation, Jawang Achiel, a man with one eye, which was very limiting. However, a man with more wives, Jadoho, would get a better perspective of what was going on in his household and in the village, and would be better informed. Polygamy is also explained as a woman-driven initiative in order to ensure, number one, that there are many children to protect the home, that there is adequate labor to till the land, and to avoid encroachment by neighbors who had more power and ability to till larger sizes of land. The practice then seemed to be that where you till, you possess. As I alluded to earlier, this text gives a take on marriage using Luo customs that modern generations can glean from. To begin with, marriage is described as a process rather than an event. And before man and woman can be considered husband and wife, an elaborate process that involves different players is involved. It's not an individualistic affair, the you and me against the world syndrome that characterizes many Western unions. Beyond romance and love, marriage, according to the Luo customs, signifies one of the most important rites of passage in Luo culture. For men, marriage signified independence from the home of his father and a journey into his own home, where he was the head and leader with the responsibility of propagating the family name, legacy, and lineage. The role of the parents, I think this is important to state, the role of the parents, particularly the man's father, is emphasized in identifying a suitable bride for his son using the services of a jawang, a spotter. And yes, the jawang, I think, reminds me, I hope I've gotten it right, I hope I'm saying it right. The jawang reminds me, since I'm a Christian, of the biblical story of Eliezer, who was sent by Abraham to go and spot a wife for his son Isaac. And the choice of the bride was based on very practical considerations that were bound to ensure the stability and security of the family. So the author in this book explains in intricate detail the process of obtaining consent for the marriage, the payment of dowry, the taking of custody of the bride, which was, I think, very exciting, the meko, the induction of the bride into her new home, her role as Mikai, the first wife, or a sister bride. And may I say, that it is good he did not say co-wife and referred to these as sister brides. Her role as mother, her adoption as a widow should her husband die, and the conception of separation if there are valid reasons. Sitting at lunch with Tony earlier this year, he posed an interesting question to me. He asked, and I paraphrase, if I can cook my own food, make my own bed, iron my own clothes, and still have the companionship I need from a woman, why should I marry? What would the purpose of marriage be? And I think the pages of this book, ladies and gentlemen, are a reflective attempt of the author answering his own question. That there is more to marriage, at least from a customary point of view, than the meeting of simple and mere individualized, self-centered needs and desires. It is an institution whose preservation must necessarily lie in the observance and the respect of cultural norms and values. And so in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to congratulate my friend Tony Olang on this new venture, which I think is a continuation of his journey of exploration of customs and values from a Luo perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Now, before I introduce the panelists, I want us to be upstanding. Naona tumekaa chini sana, supu imeingia sasa kidogo. And in your native language, I want you to tell me how you say head. Kichwa. Sasa hiyo ni lugha ya Kiswahili tumeanza. Kwa hivyo kama ni Mjaluo, Mkisii, Mluhya, Mkikuyu, utasema kwa lugha yako. So the head will be? Now you shout because we are different tribes here. Hatusikii? Aya, and kwanza mtasaidia na kake wa kake. Kake wa kake ni anajua hizi vitu sana, eh? And then we go to the shoulders. Gok. Oh, Wajaluo ndio wengi hapa kumbe. Aya, adonyoba mweku. Shiade eni. Aya, then we go to knees. Maru? Okay, now this is very simple. You remember when we were children, we used to sing this song. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. I want us to sing in English, and then we will divide into your languages, yeah? Simple, right? Let's try. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes. Ears, nose, mouth. All right, let's try in Swahili. Kichwa. Kichwa, mabega, magoti. Macho, masikio, mdomo. Aya, the Luos in the house. Let's try. Don't talk. I want us to sing. Aya, Wagikuyu, aya, show them. Wagikuyu adonyoba, show them, eh? Motu, eh? Ro, maru, maguru. Aya, nani tumewacha? Which other language? Which other tribe? They didn't reach the toe. The Kikuyus. Okay, please, you have to do it again. Tuende mpaka chini. Aya, let's go. Doctor, Juguna. Naomi, you know these things, eh? Toes, eh? Toes nedoi. Shiara shia maguru. And shia moko.
All right, thank you very much. DJ, do you have something we can play? And then as I introduce the panelists on stage, maybe you can do one number with the DJ, because I want us to introduce. And why is Dr. Queen alone? Let's occupy these other seats. Mtu asikae peke yake. Atafadhali hapa tukuje na watu wengine wakae hapa, ama we can join another table so that now we usikue peke yako. We want to have an interactive session tonight. All right, DJ, play something. And if you're a panelist, hatutaki mkae pamoja. Please, you stay with other people because there is some activities that are going to happen tonight. It's going to be different. Another book and another book and another book and another book is being launched today. Haya. Chaza kidogo. Just move the body a little bit. Oh yeah, yeah. Sema pale unaishi na unaitwa nani? Thank you, DJ. Aya, tumeza kaa kidogo, even as I introduce the first panelist, amekuwa hapa. And once I'm done introducing her, kama amekaa na watu, mtamsindikisha hapa na wimbo mpaka hapa, ili tuweze kuona vile anajua kucheza na wale wako nao. Naomi Nyawera Njuguna. Dr. Naomi Nyawera Njuguna, LLB Honors, University of Manchester, LLM, that is International Business Law. University of Manchester, PhD. University of Leicester, Advocate of the High Court of Kenya Lecturer. Labor Law and Health Law. Policy and Ethics, University of Nairobi, School of Law. Member, Law Society of Kenya and Kenya Christian Lawyers Association. Dr. Naomi Nyawera Njuguna received her Bachelor of Laws degree and Master of Laws degree from the University of Manchester in UK, and later PhD in Law from the University of Leicester, also in the United Kingdom. Her research interests and publications are in health rights, patient safety, health governance, policy and regulation, labor law and occupational safety and health of healthcare workers in low and middle income countries. Naomi is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya of 16 years standing. She's also a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, where she teaches labor law, medical law and ethics, health governance and regulation, and health law and policy. She has accumulated 17 years experience teaching at the university level in the areas of labor law, health law, and ethics and health law and policy. Shall we appreciate Dr. Naomi? She's upstanding. That table, please. DJ, do you have something? Because we want them to escort Dr. here in a, in a lovely way. You can dance. Oh, wow. She has got different tribes, this one. Her background is interesting. Muzindikisheni na Shango na Nderemo, Ululesho, Ngemi. Yeah. Oh. She deserves a standing ovation, I guess. Hey, 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 hey. Deadly. Oh, watu wa Nyanza sisiki Ululeso sigalagala. Thank you very much. Karibu sana Daktari. Our next panelist, Dr. Steve A. Adudance, MD. I'll just read just a brief profile about him, and then again, the DJ will play some music as he comes on stage. Steve Adudance is a Kenyan-born, UK-trained public health and infectious disease specialist with over 10 years global health and entrepreneurial experience, having received his undergraduate Doctor of Medicine and Surgery training at the University of Nairobi School of Medicine and postgraduate training in infectious diseases at the University of London, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He is the CEO of Gear Health Systems, a health technology company disrupting access barriers to quality health care in Africa by leveraging on cutting-edge technology. He is also a governing board member and principal of Acanova Africa, a non-profit that is going beyond every limit to attain equitable access to healthcare for all. He is passionate about championing resilient and sustainable solutions for healthcare problems in developing countries. Wapi makofi yake? That table please. Where are they? Na ngoma iko wapi? Wanataka ngoma kwanza ama wasimame? Are you alone in that table? Okay, even those who wants to join can also join, eh? Come on. This is Molongo. Hallelujah, a happy song. Aho. You just say aho. As you shake your shoulders. Asante sana. Wapi makofi yake? Unajua he's also the moderator today, so he's got two roles, and we are happy to have you. Now we have another panel. She's a guest panelist and a surprise one. She's called Dr. Catherine Ngahu. Ako wapi tumuone? Oh, she's not here. Okay. She's coming. Okay, then now she'll be joining us. DJ, you can play some music as we arrange the panelists here, because we'll have a very interesting session here. Now, thank you, DJ. The other panelist I want to invite on stage is Dr. Queen Orwa Juma. I know she's here, she's happy, ever smiling. And before she comes, I want to read her profile, and then that table, mtafanya ile kitu, eh? Dr. Queen Orwa Juma is an assistant professor of applied linguistics, USIU, and the chair of the Department of Languages and Literature. She holds a BA in Linguistics and Literature from the University of Nairobi and MA in Applied Linguistics from Victoria University of Wellington and a PhD in Applied Linguistics from Kenyatta University. She began her career as a teacher at Thika Karugini High School and proceeded to lecturing at Wellington College, Kenyatta University, USIU, St. Paul's University, and the Technical University of Kenya, respectively. A round of applause to Dr. Queen Orwa Juma. DJ, do that thing. That table, please escort her with love, moves and smiles. Hey. Show them. Dr. Queen. Way. Highlight. Karibuni sana. So at the point, I want to hand over the microphone to Dr. here, who will be the moderator for today and also take us through this session. Dr. Steve Adudance, welcome.
Great, asante sana. A round of applause for the MC. Asante sana. Okay. I think, first of all, just to thank Tony for bringing us together. I think this is such an honor to be able to have such a gathering just to discuss a very critical role that actually helps us understand many cultures. Like even in the Bible, it starts at the Garden of Eden, and it's about a marriage. It's about love. It's about how do we live as a people. Now I am right now, because I'm radiating, is because I'm sitting. I'm flagged by very powerful women here who have very serious degrees. So if you see me talking so well, is because I'm also radiating what they have in terms of their degrees and everything. So one of the things that I think will be very critical for us to understand, and I think I like the synopsis that Dr. Naomi has brought for us to discuss, is there is a good intersection between culture, religion, and also what I had written here, law, and the modern culture for that matter. And I wanted to hear something about what Dr. Naomi thinks about, especially when it comes to the issue of intercultural marriages. But before we even delve so much into intercultural marriages, Dr. Naomi, now Luo culture is, I'll look at it from an African perspective. It's African. Now what, from your own culture, I know you're from the Agikoyo, which is one of the beloved communities for the Luo, okay? So what do you see as the similar things that actually make the cultures seem to have some sort of either, I would say, water and oil at times, and at times more of a spark of a love that actually, whenever you see this kind of couple that come from these two communities, people have so much admiration. What are some of the things that you see, those similarities, and some of the things that you see are on diametrical opposites? What are some of those things? Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. First, I think the similarities between the Luo culture and let me say I'm of the Kikuyu culture because of my father, who is Kikuyu, but I'm actually multicultural. As I mentioned, I come from the Nandi and so on, but since my father is Kikuyu, let me take that one. I think if it comes to, say, the marriage rights, which is the main topic for today, based on the book, I think it is the fact that there is a process. That marriage is not just an event. It is a very elaborate process that involves key players within the family, within the clan, within the community. And therefore, it is very symbolic. So starting from, for us, there is the getting of consent, also from the mother. So if a girl wants to get married, she doesn't go to her father. She goes to her mother, and explains what her intentions are, that she has a visitor who wants to visit the home. And so there is that matriarchal kind of perspective of consent, which I think is also similar with the Luo. Then there is the process of also the visits, there's a first visit, and each has its own kind of, meaning. So those are some of the similarities. So when they get married, the other similarity is the significance of the marriage to the two, that it's not just about romance. Actually, Kikuyu men are the most unromantic. The most unromantic men you can ever find. So it's not about romance. It's about utility. you know? What are you bringing, you know, as a woman? And I think, save for the lack of romance, I think also women within the Luo, the bride must have some form of utility to the home. And then when we move further to the question of separation, and this will be my last point, I think, in terms of the similarities, there is no divorce.
Okay.
Yeah, the concept of divorce is foreign. And so even if you separate, you'll still always be a first wife. Yeah, and you're, even when you die preceding your husband will bury you. Mm-hmm. Now, the differences, I've said romance, eh? Okay. But I think one of the stark differences, I think, is when the husband dies, and the concept of terror within the Luo, we don't have that. You know, women are free. Perhaps I should say one thing which I found very interesting, which is similar, is when the older man has younger brides, younger wives, and the younger wife has permission to get, I can't remember the Luo word for it, but somebody who will service, you know, service, and then that's why the man would wear the jingles on the. So in Kikuyu culture, we don't have the jingles, but the man would cough, you know, would make some noise of sorts when he's entering, so as to make sure that everybody is aware, to announce his presence. Yeah.
Okay.
So not too different, but of course the difference is also with the subtleties that a bride cannot eat chicken. Please try to keep me away from chicken. We will fight. So I think just those small differences, but largely there is a similarity in process and significance of the whole event. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now, when you talk about this, the issue of romance. Now, I think this one I'm going to direct to Dr. Queen. Romance. Now, the African culture actually has been said not to have a lot of chivalry, right? Back in the day, there was no car, somebody to open the. When I read Tony's book, I'm not seeing a lot of chivalry. Okay, so probably you, as a professor of linguistics, looking at some of the cultures and how people actually speak to the issue of courting and marriage and everything, she said that the Luos are romantic. Now, as a linguist, is it about the language, or what can you say about this issue of courting and when it comes to linguistics and things like that, and how has it evolved that actually when it comes to matters of language and things like that, people end up saying that certain cultures are more romantic than the others? Is what relates to that from a professional opinion?
That's quite a hard question, because I would have married a Kikuyu first, then I'm married to a Luo, then I can compare. Okay. Well, but all the same, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Tony, for it is barely a year ago when we were gathered again like this to launch the From Cradle to the Cradle, and here we are again. Congratulations. Now, getting back to the question of romance, I don't know whether to say that romance is relative, because there are people who are married to the Agikuyu men and they are very happy. We've not had a few who are running away because they lack romance. But Luo community or Luo nation has been alluded to be one that is more of a West, they imitate more to the West.
So it's the only one that has been, European and Luopian.
Very right, very right.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
And Merus are fast enough copying the Luo people here in terms of lifestyle. So I think it's a perception. Okay. And perceptions you cannot really quantify. We need to do a research about that. But I guess it is because the Luo men have a lifestyle, isn't it? And so they also like relatively, bright-looking ladies like Dr. Naomi here. And so, so you'd find them like the current generation Z and Alpha, they would be more geared towards marrying from Mount Kenya. Sorry to say this, perhaps it's because the bureaucracy around marriage, marrying a lady from Mount Kenya, is not as procedural as if you're marrying a lady from Nyanza. Nyanza, there would be a more protocol. It would be, even when you read Tony's book, there's more stages to an actual marriage. There's more rite and rituals and parameters that you've got to look into before you introduce someone. Previously, people used to elope. Yes. Yeah, but coming back to the story of romance, it is the caregiving, you know. Perhaps we are not very much, you know, of, we are not agriculturalists, we are not so much like hard-working men, quote-unquote, business-oriented, and so they tend to give all in terms of attention. And that relates to love, so you'd find a lot of women being spoiled in that sense. But this is debatable, because then you have to talk to a person married to a fellow Luo, and this other one, this Kikuyu married to a Luo, to actually do a good comparison. And Tony, that then challenges what I was going to tell you towards the end, that we need to then think about marriage in comparison, multi-ethnic marriage. What is it that is similar and what is it different? So that this child who is born in this generation Alpha or Z, when they read a book written by Tony, they look at marriage across ethnicity. So that then they end up marrying Luo, they don't look at the aspect of romance alone, because that's so temporal and it could be so debatable, because it depends on what you define as romance, and if it is sustainable at the first place. And I think that romance existed across cultures. In Luo Nation, as we grew up, we never slept as children in our parents' home. Yeah, so romance goes with love, isn't it? And love making and the whole individualistic, So where were we sleeping? At our grandmother's houses, right? So the distractor was, you go there, you were trained, you're telling stories, and you're told how to be a big girl, how to grow into a woman, how to fetch for food and preparedness for marriage, right? But your parents stayed in their main house. And so you never ever got to see them hug or exchange the current romanticism that we would see. So romantics then remain semantics. Yeah.
Good one. I think since you're connected to the Gen Z, there's something I'd like us to talk about here. And this is, you see, in this day and age, you have dating apps. And when I read Tony's book, there's a Jawang and there's Jagam. So the Jawang is like the Tinder. So you browse and see which one do I want to get. And then the Jagam is the algorithm. Because the Jagam has a criteria saying, you don't want people who practice witchcraft here, people who have this and that. Senor, that's true, right? Now, when you come to the current situation we have right now, we're not seeing that in a lot of this matchmaking, okay? Where do you think we lost it, and how can we go back to be able to have this in place, or is it something that we can just leave behind when it comes to getting suitors and getting this issue of matchmaking, especially when it's within the culture, as it were? What are your perspectives about that? Because right now, as people who are internet savvy, we just want to go and in fact, do you think zodiac is witchcraft? If I want to look at my star and your star, I see, hey, that nowadays they say if you are this star and the other star, you're matching. Is that what Jagam was doing?
I think I would be very right to say that we need to retain the Jagamism. And for 3 reasons. One, although I was not gamoed in that sense, I wish I was, because then there was somebody already who knew the family that you were going to get married to way ahead, and it could have been even your aunt, you know. And so you had a guarantee, and so you had built a social capital. And so matters of emotional, physical, and harassment, abuse were actually curtailed, because then there was somebody who already went to talk to your family or your mother and said, you see, so-and-so, Otieno, the son of so-and-so, you know, this is a very good family. They go to church. They have a lot of cows. So if you go staying there, you know, there'll be a lot of dowry. But besides that, they are not night runners. So you are sure you'll be very safe. And you know, on the other hilltop, I also live there. So should you have any problem, you can always come. There was that surety. And that resulted to less divorce and separation cases in those days. Now today, there's the whole digital space with online dating. You don't know whom you are dating. You don't know the image they've put on the site, if it is the real person. Not until you meet them maybe at the airport and you find that maybe they're just wangachiel, you know, and it's too late, you know. So I think the Jagam concept worked very well in our Luo community, and it cut across. You'd still find even people who are cross-marrying across cultures, just by the fact that maybe your mother or your dad was working in a certain region, and you know, they taught, or maybe for instance they were teachers, so they taught with the teacher so and so, and teacher so and so had good girls or good young men, and so there was that go-between or Jagam concept. And by the way, those marriages ended up very successfully. Today we have a challenge with LGBTQ. You don't know if Jagam is in which, you know, Dr. Naomi talked about the whole, you know, the whole confusion around gendered issue. We are denying it, but it is inexistent. So you don't know who is Jagamoring your child and who your child is going, if they are both, or they are straight or transgender, intersex person. It's complex. And so if you ask me, and I don't know how this would go, that Jagam concept would be the best way to go. And it is still happening technically. The elites in the society kind of match their children. So you'll almost find that if I'm friends with Naomi and we are not related by blood, then I'll be very interested in getting my daughters or sons, if she has the same age set, join the birthday parties, you know, if there are sleepovers and things like that. So in the background, the parents are doing some, you know, game or matchmaking. But because then if the children get to know, then it doesn't work. So you try to work it behind the scenes. Research has not shown us whether that's the right direction, or if statistics have shown that that works. But I support game more thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Dr. Naomi, do you have any pointers on that? And probably I'll have a segue to that. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes when I'm just flipping through TV channels with my kids, you find some of these programs. I can't remember the names, but it's like Tujuane. Actually, I've just remembered. There's a program called Tujuane, where these young people are taken on a date, you know, and then you see them interacting with each other, trying to get to know each other in order to know whether they're compatible or not. And when you listen to the criteria that they are using to actually determine whether this person is suitable to date them or not, you get quite concerned, you know, because you see very artificial, superficial criteria that doesn't actually go to the sustainability of the sustenance of this relationship. It just goes to, what can you do for me? You know, how much do you earn? You know, what kind of work do you do, and so on and so forth. So I think that superficial criteria could be attributable also to the breakdown of the family unit I mean, it looks like a long shot, but the breakdown of the family unit has also broken down the point of reference, through, from which this choosing of a mate can take place. So instead of me asking you, so where do you come from? If we are both Luos, which village do you come from? The young people are not asking those questions. What's the name of your family? What's the name? What work does your mother do? What work does your father do? You're not asking those questions which go to the root of knowing whether this person is suitable. Because already maybe this family from which this young person has come is already broken, it's disintegrated. They come from maybe a single parent family, or maybe even they don't know their parents and they've been brought up by other people. So they don't have a point of reference. I do agree with Jagamism, but as you rightly point out, we need to vet the lens which the Jagam is using to select the person or to spot the person, we then need to reintegrate ourselves into what the Jagam should be doing or should have been doing. What are the proper criteria? And that's why I like custom and culture, because there is an objective criteria. Yeah. It's not individualistic, it's not subjective. So this Jagam would be using an objective criteria to determine the suitability of the persons. But today, I don't know if we can get objective Jagams. People have their own agendas. Yes.
Well, okay. We'll come back to the agenda. You want to say something? Okay. Yeah.
You see, just to add on to what Dr. Romy is saying, you see the role of Jagam in the whole Luo nation was one to determine whether, when one was to get somebody to hold accountable. Because if it was my aunt who put me through to a gentleman in his village where he's married, then in the event of anything, then my parents would hold her accountable, but also in case of death, they would have a place to stay over as they attend to this funeral. But two, it was also to ascertain, because Luos, like in South Nyanza, especially in Karachuonyo, which is largely Homa Bay County, there is what we call brotherhood, where a whole sub-county, or I think almost a county, I could say, there is the Otieno, Onyango, and you see a bigger population of people who are related to each other. Now, because it's a very big population, in any 5 men, you'll always find 3 are those people from Karachuonyo. So as you say rightly, it takes too long for a young person living in Nairobi who knows that they're from Homa Bay County by default. They've not been there. They also don't know the dynamics about marrying within the Homa Bay County. So you go marrying Konyango, then you meet this gentleman and you're from Otieno, but then you don't go into those details. You just look at the tall, dark, handsome young man whom you've met in college. And so the Jagam's role here was to actually look at those dynamics and say, well, you can't marry the son of so-and-so because that clan and this clan are related. But also, it was a lot of things to do with witchcrafts and bad practices within certain clans. Or maybe some people were known to be having bad omens, like you'd get children and they die. So they kind of do the background checks for you. That worked well then. But today, as you say, honestly, vetting those Jagams can be very difficult because our children will never disclose even whom they are dating at the first place. Yeah. And so that's a whole new Pandora box.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Naomi, this is a quick one. Now, dowry and bride price. Is there a difference? Now, looking at how we have moved and where we are right now, I was at a negotiation table. And the conversation now came that, we don't have land to keep all these cows and goats. So we shall say, if we say 1 cow, it's this amount. If we say how many goats, is this amount. And I had to say that, the goats we are bringing are from this place and they're very emaciated. They as jakula vizuri, so bei yake iko chini. So the question is, the concept of dowry and bride price, is there a difference on what, are we losing the concept of dowry? Because there are situations where negotiations have been scuttled because people could not agree on the bride price or the dowry, as it were. So what do you think? Are we losing the concept traditionally as a people about what it is, and what can we do to actually mitigate that?
So thank you for that. I think the right term always should be dowry, not a price for a bride. And dowry was not, it was not to commodify the bride or the girl. It was not to place a commercial value on this girl. Dowry was a sign of respect and acknowledgement to this family, at least from the Kikuyu culture. It was a sign to almost like saying thank you for raising this, young girl or this bride to who she is today. And we used to say, you don't finish paying dowry, because you don't finish giving respect. So you don't just come and say, okay, how much? Sheka, and go with the girl. I think that was a misconception. But what is happening today is a disintegration, a misunderstanding of what dowry is supposed to signify. Let me give an example from even my own experience. If a girl got pregnant before marriage, you see, it's like you have violated some boundary that you should not have crossed. The penalty that you're supposed to pay for that is not a penalty that is attached to the value of the girl. It is a penalty that is attached to the significance of what you have done to that girl. So you would be fined maybe, I think, a heifer or 2, and they have to come. Heifer, not money, heifer, And so this commodification, of the girl, I think is a modern concept, which is now based on things like, okay, her level of education, her height, her level of beauty, whatever criteria, of beauty is being used. How many plates, for us, we even say, how many plates and cups she broke when she was growing up. That has to be paid back. Okay, so it has lost meaning. And you find even negotiations taking place on social media platforms, which it just takes away the dignity of what dowry is supposed to signify. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay. Now, as you continue that, is we see that a lot of African cultures, as people probably would put it, that they are more patriarchal, and probably some communities are probably also more matriarchal. And this can go to either of you to say something about this. And this has led to a lot of emphasis on empowerment of the girl child, right? It has led to the empowerment of the girl child. But when you read the book, there is, even during Meko, the girl can refuse. Yeah. Can say, no, Jagama, the algorithm was wrong. I don't think this is a guy, right? And probably most cultures in Africa still also have that step where the girl can say no or something like that, yeah? So my question is, one is roles and responsibilities. Are the roles and responsibilities that were in the African tradition, are they retrogressive and therefore led to this unilateral empowerment of the girl child? Or did we miss a train when it comes to ensuring that we preserve the culture in a way that actually it supports development and progress with industrialization? So and how things are right now. So what do you see? What would be your comment with regards to gender roles, responsibilities, and this question of much more of empowerment of one gender against the other and things like that? Yeah.
Okay. Prof, you want to take it first? Yeah, because I have so much to say.
Okay.
I think I think today things are very different. We can never compare our generation or the generation before us with what it is today in terms of empowerment. Empowerment is quite a big SDG 5, isn't it? Gender equity and all. So
SDG.
It flew in from the West, you see, and the UN and it's such a foreign word, and we are meant to do what we call sustainable development goals. If you have to get donor funding, if you have to get if the dollar has to go down, and so it's quite a new thing that has come. But in the Luo nation, those are bits of gender roles and social dynamics that happened. It was very distinct what a girl was supposed to do. The girls were supposed to, even as Tony alludes in the book, the girls had very defined roles. So you're either going to Moto to look for firewood, then you'll be the one to cook, you clean the houses, and then you'll be looking after the young ones. And then some of those roles prepared you for marriage, because that was the ultimate at that time. There was no much emphasis on education as it is now. And so with the new propagandas and inputs from the West, and then a lot of matters to do with the enforcement of education of the girl child, the boy child in the process has been forgotten. Case in point is when you find even your teenage daughter having a boyfriend, or they are in campus, you'll find the boyfriend always staying at the supposedly mother-in-law's house, because they do not know that it is actually a devalue or a taboo to keep on hanging around your mother-in-law. But also the current mother-in-law, potential mother-in-law, also don't know the role. So you share the car, or you keep on sending the potential son-in-law. And so the girls are really empowered. By the time your boyfriend comes to sleep over or stay and helps with your family chores at your parents' house, in the estate, honestly, something is wrong. But because nobody is defining it, we have devalued our customs, because that is not how it used to be. And so when we talk about girl child and empowerment, it's all a Western manifestation, but it's been embraced, because for a long time, it was the girls who were like not given those privileges for a long time. And FGM and all these kind of things. And so the NGO world came in. And so the girls got a lot of pampering and a lot of support, and we forgot the boys. And so today, it is very hard to tame an educated girl, quote unquote, to do things the way their mothers or their grandmothers did those days. They'll question. When we grew up, there are things you didn't question, because they were the norms. That was the responsibilities of the girl. Today, what you can do, I can also do. And as a result, marriage has lost meaning. It is actually getting eroded day in, day out. And that's why commercialization has taken place. So the parents are saying, well, let's do this ratio. We quantify the education, we quantify the height, the beauty, and all these things, the amount of whatever, to kule, you know? Because it never lasts, and I think you can allude to that. Because within a short span, nobody has taught the boy how to be that husband in the house.
But Prof, let me just interject over there. Now the boy child has to now take now, because now when we start to empower the boy, they call it toxic masculinity. Is there somebody who understands that? They call it that. So now we are left to, and especially this person who's being called toxic masculine man is trying to be traditional. But you see, also, the mothers who are making it happen, right? True or false? You're in the home, the mother will say, can you bring food for your brother? True or false? True. So now the question is, was that retrogressive? We get confused. But probably, Dr. Naomi, before Queen, I can see you have a lot to say about that. Whether that was, okay, but Dr. Naomi, and I think I'd like to go around to see if there are people who actually have any questions. But go ahead, Dr. Naomi. If you have a question, please do raise your hand.
Your question is very loaded, very loaded. And it's loaded even to a modern woman. I have an 88-year-old father who subscribes to traditional philosophy. Even though he educated me as a girl to the highest level that he could. And to date, in fact, just a week ago, we were fighting in the sense of, not physical, but, I was trying to make a point, and he said, do you know the meaning of the word mutumia in Kikuyu culture? And I said, yes. What does it mean? He said, the one who keeps quiet. So he looked at me directly and said, keep quiet. And he always uses that when he wants to, tell me, know your place as a woman. And I don't think he means ill. I think he's just trying to say, look, there are positions, and you cannot override my position as the head of the home. And I agree, surprisingly, even with all the education that he has allowed me to have and he has given me, and that I have pursued. I agree with hierarchy. I do not think that having roles and responsibilities in a hierarchical, in a customary manner, necessarily disempowers women or necessarily takes away from their value in a community. And I know I may be stoned for that. But I think if we take a purely Western perspective that there should be equality of the sexes, you would find that equality might actually work to the detriment of the person that you're seeking to protect. I believe in equity, yes, and I believe in equal opportunities, but I also believe 2 + 2 is equal to 3 + 1. So you end up with the same outcome, but the method that you get there is totally different. And so the roles and responsibilities of men and women from a customary perspective do not necessarily mean that one sex is degraded. I think it's just the roles are different for good reason. Yeah. Thank you.
Good. Dr. Quinn, Professor, do you have anything you want to add? Do you have anybody who has any question? Do you have anything you want to add on that? Oh, there is. Okay, coming up. Okay. Did you have anything? No. You can? You can ask. Okay. Oh, you can go. Okay, super. But now, as we continue on that trajectory of roles and responsibilities, are we to say that the authority in the current situation we have, the authority of how people behave, how people end up cohabiting or marrying, is no longer from culture, and it's something else that we don't even know? Is that what we would say? Let me hear the question, and then you can tell me. Okay. There's a question or a comment? Yes. Go ahead, Professor.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. I've listened very carefully to the panelists, and I think we are negating ourselves. We're not addressing the issue of marriage directly. For a start, traditionally, we were kicked out as boys to go and marry when we reached a certain age, similar to the girls. And this was basically for procreation purposes. Our fathers and grandfathers wanted to have their grandchildren, and also to make you be responsible as an adult. So that was the basic cause for marriage, for procreation, so that we have generations coming on. Now, when we address multicultural marriages, we move away sometimes from our norms, from our traditions. I'm happy that you've addressed the issue of culture and traditions, which we should retain. But talk about mixed marriages. Observation has it that when we have mixed marriages, we become more urban. We move more into urban settlements and forget our rural setups. And that's mostly because we want to protect children. And in any of the cultures, I do see here the differences between cultures is that if you're a Jaluo like me, children belong to you as the father. And therefore, children are father's children. If the mother goes away, the children will belong to the man. In Kikuyu system, is the other way around, if I understand it right. The Luhya system is, even if a girl gets a baby when she's still in her home, outside of marriage, the father of the child will have to get the child whether he's married to another woman or not. And so the Luhya culture is very emphatic on that, because if a girl gets a baby before she gets married, the father of the kid must be taken back to the father. The kid must be taken back to the father. Now, I was very happy listening to President Suluhu Samia of Tanzania addressing polygamy. And I was very happy listening, putting my ears on the ground. Women talk about coming to accept polygamy because of the values values that it does add. Other than the away game, which we men are very notorious at, we rather have people living together than this away game syndrome. So I was very happy to see President Suluhu address that issue. And I was also very happy when I listened to some Kenyan women accepting that polygamy is positive. Divorce rate is something to address. I'm happy that we've talked about the issue of divorce in the African traditions, especially when you talk about Jagam. But going to the Western cultures, we find that we now go to courts for divorce, something that is never heard of. You find the husband accusing the wife, or the wife accusing the husband, and you go to court. Sometimes you try mediation, the mediation fails. And so I still stick to the African culture. But let's address these things as squarely, based on what was, what is, and what we foresee happening. Because personally, I see that we're going the wrong way. You've addressed the issue of online dating, which doesn't work anyway. But then the issue of urbanization.
There are people who might be thinking otherwise about
So,
but go ahead, Prof.
the .com group thinks otherwise, but
Yeah.
people like me, I believe that you have to court a lady
Yes.
and seduce her properly
Yes.
before she comes home. Even if there's jagam, your presence must be felt, and you must be sweet-mouthed. Not necessarily that you must be handsome or whatever, but you must have a sweet mouth to convince the lady. Even if jagam is there,
Yes.
your role is very important. So I see us still not addressing this issue of marriage squarely, especially from where we were and where we are now and where we are going to.
Okay.
So let's think seriously about this urbanization issue, about the meaning of marriage. Why should people marry? Why should people marry? That one I don't think has come out very clearly. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
The panelists, thanks very much indeed. You've done the best that you can, but I do think that you'll do better when the third book comes and you still sit on the same table. You can capture some of these issues that we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Round of applause for Prof. Thank you for those insights.
Yeah,
Yes,
there
go
is
ahead.
another comment here,
Okay.
but ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served even as we continue with this discussion.
All right.
A very interesting discussion. I have two recent cases. Recently, we had a nice wedding at Ole Sereni Hotel, which happened. This gentleman has been living in the UK for 30 years and was looking for a wife back home. But how does he get a wife? A jagam or a recommender had to come into place. And the person did a marvelous job. The lady who was recommended was marvelous. And they had a great wedding with me being the MC. That wedding to me was successful because of the recommendation. Two, on Friday last week, I buried my sister-in-law, a cousin to my wife, my cousin's wife. This lady had been recommended by my late auntie Orwaya. And was she not perfect? I mean, she came and she fitted my cousin so perfectly. She was so wonderful, and all of us mourned when she died because she was great through recommendation. When you want to employ people these days, or even in the old days, really you want to look for recommendations. The person must give you references. I mean, who are the people we can contact who can tell us who you are? And you ask those people several questions. Maybe there can be 3 people who are recommending or 1 person. But you need somebody to recommend, or you need references. And to me, this is where the jagam comes in. The jagam recommends, does not necessarily make the final decision, but recommends. And whenever somebody has been recommended, in my opinion, whether the lady is a beautiful Kikuyu lady or wherever they come from, usually they make very wonderful wives. And some food for thought right there. The young people who meet each other in the market, or they meet each other in a hotel like this, and then they then they say they want to get married. They can get married, yes, even without the payment of dowry. But in most cases, we are having so much friction, and divorce is so rampant. The role of dowry, retrieving your dowry, whatever you have paid from where to your in-laws, was so difficult. And yet it was the mark that the marriage had ended. You had to actually get your dowry back. But the process of getting it back was so difficult, you would think twice or 3 or 4 times before you actually divorce. And that to me was a very good thing. I witnessed one, and it was impossible. When this guy came to get his dowry, he was given some. They first of all left him there in the room for a long time. And then towards evening, they brought some women to talk to him. And they were telling him a lot of things which did not make sense. They were discussing with him the price of, I don't know, flour, what. The guy was tired and he went away. So, divorce was so difficult because of the dowry element. God bless. Thanks.
So let's just have the panelists respond at least with some comments about what the two people have given as their suggestions and their input.
Thank you. I think the ideas you're raising and the comments are very valid. Starting with what Prof has mentioned, it is true that in your generation, and going with customary Luo marriage, it should be what is standard, right? But remember, time has evolved. Time has evolved, and so marriage has taken a new shape. So we can almost compare the traditional Luo marriage to what it is modern today. Modern marriage today, if I answer what had been asked before, is going towards individual choices. That our children are now not being forced to marry people that they don't know and they don't want. It is now about individual choices. So you'll go like, Mami, huyu ndio napenda. This is the guy you want. Hey, yes, mom, you know, and you are hand-bent. There's nothing you can do about it. Traditional marriage, which we all subscribe to and which the book brings out very well, and everybody needs to get a copy of this. When it talks about the steps to marriage and how polygamy came into play as a way of social capital or social security, it was all looking towards what is good for men. And that then begs the question of what we would call the gender equity or gender equality. And no wonder the West has now penetrated and brought in the whole paradigm of the SDGs and what empowering the girls is supposed to mean. Because the gender roles and the social dynamics around the gender roles in our traditional setup and marriage was very restrictive. So you are either fetching water, you are either bathing children, you are either cooking, and you are serving your brothers, you are serving, and a case has just been pointed by Dr. Naum when she talks about the 80-year-old dad. And that is how it is. Do you think that when our sons who are perhaps 20 now get to 80, those things will still speak to them? There'll be perhaps less marriages if we go the traditional way, because the modern boy and girl share responsibility. So you get into the marriage with an agreement. And this agreement is a lot of it borrowed from the West. It is what we watch on the television. It is Netflix. It is the corruptible stuff that we interact with on day-to-day basis. Social media. When we were getting married those days, there was no telephones, there was no televisions. By the time I got to start to see, there was black and white. I don't know, it was called, the one which had the back part which is red. You would never know whether Gor Mahia was in a red uniform or blue. But things have now changed. The children have all the rights and they're in their rooms watching what they're watching. They are forever on social media, WhatsApp, TikTok, and all these kind of things. Now, when they want to get married, they can determine what kind of a person that they want to marry. It would be interesting to get a young person in the crowd to tell us what they think.
Yeah, I'm also young, but just in case people are wondering, I am with Prof. Prof, we share DNA with the hair, but I'm young at heart. But now, very good insights there, Prof.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof, for your words of wisdom. That we need to hit the nail on the head when it comes to addressing what it is that brought us here today, which is to discuss marriage. And that's well taken. And we look forward to Tony's third book, which I'm sure will come out next year. When you say come out, I have just directly translated from my mother tongue. So, Itatoka. So, I'd like to just, as the second speaker was speaking, something came to mind. My father always, keeps on giving me these Kikuyu sayings, and there is one he likes saying. He says, "Kerera." Let me say it in my mother tongue, then I will translate. "Kerera getitekago," meaning you cannot force advice on somebody. You cannot force counsel on somebody. That person is the one who must come to ask for advice, or who must want it. So unfortunately, as Prof said, we are in a generation which does not want counsel, especially when it comes to the choice of who they want to date, who they want to marry, who they want to have sexual relations with. It is a matter of their liberation. It is a matter of their autonomy. And so they won't come and ask you to recommend or to look for somebody for them to marry. It is my partner, my choice, my choice and everything. So it is very difficult for Jagamism to penetrate Generation Z and Generation Alpha. Maybe for Generation X, is it X? And the millennials, maybe for them that idea can be sold. But for Generation Alpha and Generation Z, I'm not very sure that the issue of recommendation can work for them. We may need to sell this book to them and really sell the ideas of culture to them. Secondly, I'd like to respond to what Prof said about multicultural marriages and urbanization. I think the key words there were multicultural marriages, urbanization, meaning less ruralization. There was a study that was done, and I think it was published by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. There was an article in the Business Daily that polygamy is actually fueling poverty in urban areas. Now, what my take home was from that article is this, and maybe as I respond to Prof, I do not think that it is urbanization or ruralization that disintegrates culture. You can still be urbanized, but cultural. You can be ruralized, but deculturalized. So I don't think it's an issue of the urbanization or ruralization that speaks to the issue of culture. Definitely there's a link, but I don't think that's the underlying cause. I think the challenge is to ensure that whether one is rural or urban, and whether one is multicultural or unicultural, that the customs and the philosophy of those customs are maintained in order to create stability in that marriage. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know, is there a Jagam person in the room today? It may be good to, you are on, eh? There is a Jagam here. We may probably want to hear.
Ask that. Question, what's a Jagam? But I just wanted to comment. I wanted to comment on the question of dowry, and I just thinking about the Kikuyu culture, how dowry now is commercialized, as you say, and how it was done in the past. That it was not asked all of it at a go. Yes. You were given time to pay. It's not even given time, it was encouraged that you do not pay all the dowry at once. That you pay it over time, even 20, 30. So that today, I still see, like, even I can find my uncle who is owed taking something to his in-laws, because it was supposed to build relationships, to encourage a relationship. And so maybe what I can say about
maybe even in the future book, is to look at how can we balance some of the good things with some of the, how can we balance the modern and the, and the whatever. Because especially the young people, they are not even, they are wondering, why should I even pay anything? In the first place, I'm supposed to pay to fund an expensive wedding. Why should I'm buying the dress for the girl I'm paying for. Why should I pay dowry? That's a question the young people are asking us. I don't know how to answer that.
But now that you're you're in the right trajectory right now.
Yes.
So what is the difference then therefore between the wedding and the marriage?
The wedding is really, according to the tradition now, if I may say from the tradition,
yes.
the wedding was an event of confirming the agreements which are going to lead to living through a marriage. A marriage was a continuous journey. Okay. So the wedding, even the Kikuyu traditional wedding, was not necessarily even a one-day event, because you had to do step 1, go home, do step 2, go home, come back and do step 3.
Yeah.
Today, how people do it, because of the cost of moving, the distances and the like, they come in, do the step 1, then they go outside, then they come back the same day. They just go outside the door. Then they come and knock again. Even they can go out of the gate and the gate is closed and they come and knock.
Yes.
And they are charged whatever you are being penalized for whatever offenses you may have made for that stage.
Yes.
And then they come in. And when they finish that, they come out. Yeah. I was in the negotiating team for the late Bob Collymore wedding. And that's exactly what happened. They came in. We did not, on the side of Bob Collymore. In fact, I had to act his mother, because they had not planned, and they did not have somebody who I was considered the most likely person to see, because they had brought more men than women in their team.
Yeah.
And I came because I was coming with, my sister was going, she invited me. Then they got there, and then they started to ask, who will be the mother? Who will do what, and the like. And I learned a bit about how these things should happen. And we came out, we didn't have the women. Traditionally, you would come with your own women, so they can sing the songs women sing. We didn't have, but the girl side donated some women to sing with us. So you see, it's open-minded.
Okay.
But the whole thing was that the steps allowed you to continue to know each other better, to confirm many things, build a relationship between yourself, the family, the couple, their parents, their friends. So it became a community affair. I think the difference today is the way we do it. Although we try as much to bring the community, it becomes like an affair of the two people. So when you come now to advise, the question that was being raised about recommendation advice, these people are wondering where you are coming in. They even say the marriage is between me and my wife. They actually think you might be an interruption to their rightful place of being just the two of them together.
Okay.
Yes.
My last question.
Yes.
Now, what's your name?
Dr. Catherine Gaho.
Round of applause for Dr. Catherine. DJ, weka mziki, we usher to the panelists. We've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you. DJ, tuende nawe. Wapi hiyo ngoma? Aya, ndio hiyo, tuende basi. Tuende. We've been waiting for you. Basi tuende na hiyo ngoma tu. A round of applause for Dr. Catherine Ngao. Aya. Asante. Okay, now the question now to you. Now, yes. So now you see, you've given some very, very good pointers there. Okay. My question is, where is the reference? And I was asking Prof here and Dr. Naomi, where is the reference for the young people today? We have a book right now about Not Without My Water Pot. Now, where would you say that there is a reference? Now, for example, for the Agikuyu tradition, okay? Where, if I want to, you know, I'm ready for marriage and I want to marry, where would I get information? I want to know about my culture so that I can be able to follow the customs. I mean, nowadays it's about internet. So where is the reference, and what would you say? What the people here probably would like to know? Yeah.
Actually, that is where the gap is. I think what Tony was trying to do is to fill that gap where there is, you know, to provide the complete information in one place.
Yes.
Because what people do now, they go to the internet and you find there are little bits and pieces, they are contradictory, they are not properly, you know, because each person says this, another one says this.
Yes.
And then, of course, we have the women and the men who do the talking. So there are videos of advice. Like among the Kikuyu, there is Wamuratha has become like a dictionary about how to do these things.
Yes.
And now she's an advocate for the boy child, but really talks a lot about marriage.
Okay.
In fact, she became a member of parliament because of the work she has done on this subject.
Okay.
Teaching people things that they don't know about. But she does it with a modern twist, with a kind of an element of comedy also, making it a bit more fun. And so people listen to her. But you see, even on the internet, you can see she's being bashed by the young people. Sometimes they are saying that, you know, she's so outdated, or the ideas are favoring the boys or something like that. So there is a gap in the market. And I think that's why Not Without My Water Pot is such an important contribution.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Do we have any comments? Oh, there's a comment there. Please do have a seat, Dr. You can do it. Okay. Yeah, please do have a seat. I'm told that there is food being served at the back there. It's a buffet, so kindly, as we go on, you can serve, and we continue the discussion. We probably need a break for the panelists, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, just a question. Tony's book is written, Not Without My Pot. And we are talking about marriage here. I've never had anybody connecting Not Without My Pot with a marriage. So what was there for him to think that Not Without Pot is marriage? Thank you.
Good question. You know, somebody said that one of the major inventions and innovations of the African culture is a clay pot. Is a clay pot, and if you look at many African cultures, there's usually the pot symbolizing many things. But Tony can be able to give us some insights on that. As we is there somebody else? Somebody else? We don't have I'm hearing Gen Alpha, Gen Millennial, and Gen Zers. The people who are being told that they're constantly checking the internet for anything and everything. In fact, even a spouse, as now it is said. Okay? Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Mine is just a comment, just to emphasize what Dr. Gahu has said.
Yes.
I got married 26 years ago, and I remember when we were going through the negotiations, my father told me about dowry. And he actually told me it is the height of insult for whatever dowry is going to be paid, you pay it at once.
Yeah. Okay.
That it is, because you're told, actually the words that I was told, you're not buying a wife.
Yeah.
It's actually a relationship you're building with your in-laws.
Yes.
So you should take as long as possible, even 40 years, so that there's always a reason why you will visit your in-laws.
Yeah.
You can go after 10 years, after 5 years, say so that it's never complete.
True.
Because it's about a relationship. So I think it's just to emphasize what she said, that it's actually a wonderful thing.
Okay, fantastic. Okay.
Dr. Steve, as you continue,
yes.
Somebody SMS'd me. We discuss intermarriages and also conflict.
Cross-cultural?
Yeah, cultural marriages, intermarriages, right?
Okay.
Polygamy, we have tried to talk about polygamy.
Yes.
And then also conflict resolution.
Yes, actually we're coming to that, because whenever two people come together, or even more people come together for that matter, conflict is inevitable, and therefore resolving that conflict. But Dr. Naomi, nowadays we hear this thing of the goat wife, okay?
The goat wife.
The goat wife. Those are things we see. There's a goat wife. Are we coming full circle? That's a question that we ask. Now, are we coming full circle, saying that we left our culture, now we're coming full circle again. Now we are realizing there is a goat wife, and probably that's from Not Without My Water Pot is Kit Mikai, the first wife. And then, are we saying that slowly we are sliding to saying our culture, we left it, and now we need to see how we can go back to it? What do you think? And then let me complicate it a bit. Now with the modern culture, we're having things like polyamorous. Okay, are those types of polygamy? I don't know whether any of you have studied those. There's a polyamorous relationships. I don't know whether polyandry actually is something that it could be a stretch, but But one thing that I also want you to also speak about is the connection between culture and religion. Culture and religion, okay? Because we will go to whether it's Islam accepts polygamy, can you have like 4 wives? Come to maybe Christianity is a different thing. You come to this different religion, it's different and different, but we have them here. So how do you also have those, I would say, facets of life coming together to ensure that people are able to be, to be able to live in a manner that is harmonious, and they're able to choose a path that doesn't lead to a lot of conflict. I say I'm polygamous, but when I go to church, the conversation is different. Oh, this is this and this, but but go ahead. I know I've put a very yes, controversial.
Yes.
Let's go ahead. Yeah.
Right. I think in my remarks or in my speech, I did mention the concept of a silent kind of revolution. People wanting to come full circle, as it was, that's the description you're giving it, that people ran away from culture because they thought it was too constrictive, too restrictive. But then they realize that actually culture gives answers to very difficult dilemmas that even the law, I'm a lawyer, and sometimes you find the law doesn't have the answer to certain dilemmas and problems that are faced in, say, even a marital conflict. So you can't take it to court to solve it. You've got to come back and you've got to find out, so which parameters do you use? Voila, culture. So it comes back to the culture. So I think there's some turnaround. And the question is, of course, who are the people who are employing this? And again, it's a generational thing. Yeah. So you'll find some people recognizing the importance of this turnaround and full circle, come back to culture, because culture can give answers where certain other regulatory regimes cannot give those particular answers. Culture and religion. As I said, I am a Christian, but I'm also an African. And I think, without sounding like a confused person, I think Christianity is one of the things that caused a lot of confusion to the African. And I'm a Christian. And love the Lord. But I think that is one of the things that caused a lot of confusion to the African people. Because we were told that having many wives is wrong, according to the Christian culture, or Christian religion. But then we are also brought up as Africans knowing that polygamy is normal. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Even Tony has raised it, and I said it as much, that polygamy is not seen as disempowering to the woman. It's actually a woman-driven initiative. So this person who embraces Christianity but still wants to maintain Africanism, that's where the problem is. I don't think you can't have your cake and eat it. You're either embracing Christianity and take it all as it is, and therefore don't go for Horatio, don't go for Gurario, and don't go for all these other things. Just go to church. Or you are an African and you embrace Africanism. So when we now had the law on African Christian marriage, there was actually a law, the African Christian marriage. You tie the knot in a Christian way. That created a whole conundrum of confusion. I don't know, Dr. Ngabo can perhaps give some more insight on this. But the reason why I think Islam beats Christianity hands down is because culture as a way of life should embrace everything about the person, including their spiritual beliefs. So Islam embraces everything, their spiritual beliefs, their way of life, how they dress, how they speak, how they greet each other, how they cook, how they sit, even while eating, everything. And it also connects with their relationship with their God. But for Christians, we want to have a spiritual relationship with God based on the Bible, but then want to have a way of life based on African customs. I don't know how we're going to deal with that. Maybe Professor and Doctor. Yeah.
Professor.
I think that's a very interesting question you asked us. But when you think about culture, it is almost synonymous to gender, and gender is seen as women. So that any person who talks about gender thinks women. They don't think of gender to be male and female, and now there is other. I mean the traditional male and female. So that the increase in recognition, the increase in the way we recognize human rights now and gender equity is now more of a power play, because it's now bringing a bit of decision making to the table. And whether you are he, she, or other, this is the problem. And I need to be heard just the same way you need to be heard. So for me, the modern scenario does not delink this empowered woman from the cultural woman, the traditional place of the woman that was meant to be. Now, when we think about culture and religion, as she said, Christianity came. The Old Testament propagates polygamy, and men, the other gender, can quantify all men of God who subscribe to Davidism or Solomonic and all that, and there's evidence. And you see in academia it's about evidence, and there's evidence. But you come into the New Testament, what happens? it is all trashed out and salvation has come, and so it's one man, one woman. But you're an African, right? Who is polygamous in nature. So just to agree with what she said about the Muslims, they are very consistent with their lifestyle, behavior, and their religion as pertains to what works for them. And therefore, there's less conflict in homes and in marriage, because you get him as Queen Juma, and you know very soon Naomi will be your co-wife, and it doesn't have to be your sister like what is in the Luo nation. Catherine will be the other one, and anytime you'll be expecting the fourth one. And so you are prepared even as you get married. And so there's that harmony, and you coexist. Now, in African context, the number of women that a man is supposed to marry is limitless. To a large extent that Mikai, the first wife, was allowed to determine who were going to be the other co-wives, and you could support. As you grew older, you could bring your sister, you could bring your niece to make sure that your husband was comfortable. And that's why in our culture, and Luo culture for that matter, it was so obvious, but it had a consequence. In some denominations, they were even refused from now taking Holy Communion because that was sin. You understand? And so the whole concept about culture, and I'm so excited about this book, it is now bringing clearly onto matters that were slowly getting eroded. And so everybody else, irrespective of which community they belong in Kenya, should get a chance to read the book, because you can either be a Luo by default, or by your sister marrying a Luo, or you marrying again Polian to another man, or being inherited by a Luo, or your child marrying a Luo. Somehow there'll be a Luo in somewhere. And so it is very important that we appreciate that these are steps, because when you know, then you're not working with myths and hearsays. You have evidence that you can say. And so you are not also afraid for your child to get married, and what somebody is saying, cross-cultural marriage. You'll be already so aware that, oh, these are myths, but the truth of the matter, if you married a Luo, A, B, C, D is likely to pursue. And so for me, it is something that we need to keep on sensitizing on the place of gender, first, to differentiate what the role of culture and gender roles are, and then two, appreciate Christianity, and then somebody, I don't know, the elders in our communities need to also come out very strongly in the current generation to actually enlighten them on the boundaries that then defines what is culturally acceptable and what is now biblical. Otherwise, in the near future, people will be going back to their old gods if nothing is done.
Okay, let me pick from there. I think that merger between the Christian and the African, and also these traditional processes in marriage or wedding situation. And I just want to use an example. I want to tell you the experience I had 2 months ago. I attended a completely traditional Kikuyu wedding of a young couple who were in their 20s. And these kids who don't even speak very good Kikuyu, the young lady who invited me went to her parents and said, I want, actually, it was, she went to the way in the traditional society, your parents are not just your immediate. Because of the laws, you know, she went to her uncles, because weddings were never done directly, like even in Kikuyu culture, a couple who are the parents can never speak for themselves, because they said it could spoil the relationship because they're emotionally involved. So she went to the uncle, who is the one supposed to actually represent her side, and said, I want a traditional wedding. So he asked, what exactly do you mean? And the uncle knew less about this traditional wedding because he himself never did an exactly that, the real true traditional Kikuyu wedding. Most of our age mates never did that. Most of the people in there, you know, the parents of never did exactly that because they were the deepest in the Christianity at the time. So this girl said, I want the deep, deep, true Kikuyu traditional wedding. And now what has happened, what I learned, is when you want that, there are experts among the society who have developed now the skill. They are older men and women who are hired for a fee to come and teach you. And even her, she had to be taught because she didn't know. And she was even interviewed at the wedding about some of the things she was taught. So I realized what we are saying of full circle, it's actually happening. It was a completely from the start to the end, they followed all the traditions. So they had the person who acts like the priest in the culture is called like, you know, he's a leader, the celebrant is the equivalent to Mugogoni. So they hire the professional Mugogoni, he comes with a team. These people go for coaching, for training, they are advised about all the things, how the traditional wedding used to be. You used to be advised early. You didn't suddenly come and today you are being, they went through that process. They even learned some of the new words. And when now we came to, it was quite an amazing experience. So they sang the traditional songs, they brought the traditional food. And then this girl was being asked about the food. What is this? This is a sweet potato or arrowroot. And you know, and they taught about how these are the foods that, you know, people we ate in our days. Yeah. It was more like a seminar. We learned more than attended an event. But where I saw the Christian connection is how these people, because of understanding that we are Christians anyway, and we have become and lived our lives as Christians to the largest extent as majority of Kenyans, and that we are still coming from our traditions because we still carry our traditional roots. So we are not one thing exactly, in my view, the way I saw even in, you are the same person who carries both. You are the same traditional, you are the same, you know, learned person, you are the same, you are one person. And the problem is is to harness those ideas. How do you carry those ideas together in your head and function properly? And I think is that ability to integrate. But what these people did, this Mugogoni, the celebrant, did, is to teach us the connection. Because that family was Christian and he generally, like most Kenyans, he wanted to demonstrate the correctness of the traditions of our culture. So he took the Bible. For every step they did, he read the Bible verse showing what the Israelis were doing. Because that is what in the Old Testament. It's their culture, it's their steps. So about how they did marriage. For every step he took, he read the Bible and said, this is what they did. But for us, and they still do today, but for us, we were told that this is backward. So for us to become Christians, we left this. But for them to become Christian, they still have that. And I think that's a main difference that people are trying to find. How do you bring that together? How do you align? How do you integrate that you are the same person and you want to carry both? So you don't want to cut off and say, I'll be Christian or African. You want to be this, you are already Christian. You can't even change because you've been taught so much about it. I think we know more about Christianity than about our culture. That it's great that Tony is now starting to teach us about our culture so that we can, because there is so little knowledge, but there is great new interest. Yeah. And I was amazed to learn that this girl in her 20s, holding a PhD, being an international lady who works all over the world, she came and said, I want a traditional wedding. And it was so deep, it was more than I have ever seen completed in the whole process. But after that, they are going to go and do a Christian wedding. Okay. That is the integration that I think we cannot avoid, because you cannot be able to say you'll be one or the other. Okay.
Now, it's a good segue to now conflict resolution. Now, You see, when you have the traditional one, and then you again have the Christian, and the question is, when you do have a conflict, how do you approach it?
Actually, if you were to think about it, we don't just have the traditional and the Christian. We also have the, what you call the non-Christian, not the one that's neither. We have the civil.
Civil, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
because the way the civil system, in any case, is there a true Christian wedding in Kenya today? I doubt. Because in the law, although it's called Christian wedding, if you read the act,
It's
it
just a
says
civil,
that it is a civil marriage. You must go, you get the certificate written, Cap 486, or what does it say? Of the laws of Kenya.
Yes.
So the governing rules are not Christian, because when you have a conflict,
Yes.
they don't take you to the church.
Yes.
The church doesn't know how to do the process. The church plays a role, just like the traditional society, that they can advise, that they can arbitrate, that they can put you together and talk to you, that they can try and advise you how to resolve the conflict. The parents and the cultural side can do the same. And so you find many people who have a conflict that reaches the civil requirement have already done the traditional resolution processes. They have attempted the Christian resolution processes and they have failed. And so they resort to civil, where it is to say, what does the civil say? The civil says, if you cannot agree, come to us. You tell us your problems. We will see whether you are qualified to become a sander. And so you go to court, and that's how you end up getting either a divorce or whatever. So the three systems, I think, work together, and I don't think in practical, I'm thinking about the experiences, the examples, and the way I've seen, is that people are all of those things. So they go to church, they are advised, they find that is not working, they go to their village, talk to their parents or uncles, they are advised. If both don't work, they may talk to their friends even, but if all that doesn't work, they go to civil, because the only way to break a wedding that is not tradition, that combines the Christian and the civil, or that is Christian, is a civil route. Unlike the Islamic marriage, where they are able to break using that's why they're given even their own codes, the Catholic codes, so they can enable them to implement that spirit. So theirs is completely integrated, and I think the civil supports. While in Christian is that you follow that Cap 480 something of the laws of Kenya for you to resolve that conflict when it reaches a certain high level.
Okay, I'd like the other panelists also to chime in on this. Would you say that things don't go wrong, they start wrong?
So I interpret your question to mean, why do conflicts occur? And your question is, begging that one, or, saying, is it that it started wrong and therefore that is why there's this conflict, or something went wrong in between, that, you started right but something has gone wrong? I think the answer to that one is it can be both. I usually say that you can want to make an omelette, where you're mixing 2 eggs together. 1 egg can be good and 1 egg can be bad. But if you beat the 2 eggs together in one bowl, regardless of whether one was good or one was bad, that omelette will be bad. So it can be that conflicts arise as a result of a bad start. So jagamism is therefore, that could be a justification, so that we get the right partners together and people avoid these kind of conflicts. I think we've heard the testimony of how ladies were chosen as suitable partners and the marriage went well and no conflict as such. But it could also start well, and even in Tony's book, he has given examples of why people separate, you know. Even a husband, you know, going to the kitchen, something, yes, would be a cause of separation, you know. I keep trying to chase my 13-year-old son out of the kitchen, but I don't know how to do it, you know. He's always wanting to cook his own meat. So, and I'm trying to tell him, you know, boys are not supposed to be in the kitchen. But yeah, so there could be other reasons that emerge along the way. I think what I can say is this, in terms of conflict resolution, from a lawyer's perspective, the Constitution has also acknowledged traditional dispute resolution mechanisms as a way of sorting out conflicts. And for the Constitution to do this, it therefore recognizes that there are parameters, there are principles, and there are philosophies of traditional dispute resolution that are not entrenched in Western or civil ways of dispute resolution in the court system. And therefore, I do subscribe and I do agree with the assertions that are made also in Tony's book, Not Without by Waterport, for dispute resolution in marital conflict, that traditional dispute resolution mechanisms are probably the best way to go for marital conflicts. And I say this because, you know, the court system does not take care of some of the underlying issues that come about when parties are in marital conflict, including children. I think sometimes the court system tears, you know, and causes more harm to the manner in which the issues of the marriage, that's what they're called in law, the issues of the marriage, the children, are dealt with. And sometimes those principles and precedents don't necessarily serve the best interests of these children. But from a traditional perspective, the issue about children, say, remaining with the father, or children going with the mother as a custom, giving them that security and that ownership, that they're not, no one is fighting over them. There's already an established principle as to where they're going to be taken care of. I think that is very important as a dispute resolution principle. Yeah, thank you.
Professor Quinn, as I want to see if we have some people here who want to be gamoed. They're saying here that she's saying that she chases her 13-year-old son from the kitchen. I don't know, we get a lot of pressure from the ladies. You know, you have to know how to do this, the other. If you cannot do this, Dr. Naomi Mala, it's crazy out here. You know, you are saying that, but when people step out here, one of the things for the Jagamos, the wanasema must know how to cook. Must okay, but yes, Prof Quinn. You have a question? Yeah.
This is just a quick question. I've just been told what Jagamis is. It's to be a matchmaker, to be recommended. My question is, where is the place of love? Okay. What about love? Okay. I heard somebody, especially our professor behind me here, saying that people are supposed to marry to procreate, to make children and all that. But then for us, I'm in the middle generation. I'm between professor and my young children who are in their 20s, who believe so much in love. And even I'm a believer in love. I'm like Jennifer Lopez, you know. and I believe that love will conquer all. Love conquers. Love is amazing. Okay. So I don't know what is this about cooking for someone.
Is love like breakfast in bed?
Yeah, like good sex all night long. For me, that's all about it. And I love my husband, and he cooks for me breakfast, brings it to me in bed.
That is a taboo. There
I know, but I love love. And we thought that Luos are the guys who love women. Oh, Kikuyu women are usually always dreaming of a Luo man. So where is love? No one is talking about love.
Now, this one I'll throw it squarely to Professor Queen, and then Prof also will say something about. Oh, there's a question there. Yes, so Professor Queen, quite early, talked about love, and we talked about chivalry, and we asked, you know, there were no doors to be opened back then. Okay, wait, ilikuwa tunakushika tunakaa hapa kwa mgongo, and we go. Okay. One question and then we go ahead. Where is the question? Is somebody? Where? At the back. Okay. Who is here? They've disappeared. Who? You. Oh. Okay. So he says that it's been answered about Rasho and Koadaidege and Ngurario.
Yeah, good, Doc. The question I have is related to the issue of conflict. And I spent a lot of time under the tutelage of my late grandfather, passed on at 95. And the process of, Keny, which is the marriage in the Luo culture, is something that he was very passionate about. And he always said that any time there's a problem in Keny, the process of resolving those conflicts was actually founded on what are the potential causes of the conflict. Yeah? And resolving it started within the home first, and then it went into the clan. And then the role that Jagam played was very important, because Jagam is the person who had both sides of the story. Because Jagam had some information about the man and also information about the girl. So it's the glue. So that glue was always a reference point. But the issue of Josem, yeah, which are actually the ones who are now separate, because there's Jagam that puts up together, and then there's Josem that puts asunder. Yeah? In the modern times, particularly the modern marriages, we know that a lot of the conflicts are actually driven by Josem, the guys who come to put asunder. Yeah? I just wanted to hear, what are because in the old tradition, people would always be warned. If a new girl came into the village, they would always be warned that home, when we see you spending time in that particular home, we know you are being poisoned in some way. Yeah? But I don't think that structure and knowledge of knowing how people interact today is really something that has been taken care of. And I think is a key driver of conflict. Because people go to the office, people go to their chamas, and these poisons get planted. And by the time you realize, there's really no mechanism to resolve.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, urbanization. Now, very weighty things, and I think all the panelists, can weigh in on this question of love. Is love a foreign concept in African culture? Like, I remember women who are older than me would say, by the time they hear their husband say, "I love you," they might even collapse, because they've never heard it. So that now the question is love a word or is it a verb? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, Professor Queen, probably you can weigh in with all those comments, and especially we have that waiting love for later. What? Yeah.
I think I want to try to respond to her and her love for Luos. Go ahead and continue loving our men. They are wonderful people. And that's the reason why they truly love, that's for sure. But remember that because of the matchmaking concept in Luo marriage, traditional marriage, it was more based on the background of the bride, the character, and of course the family where the bride came from, right? Although romance was there, and early stages when you're married, you are kept in the Simba in isolation with the groom, and I'm assuming that is the whole process of romance. But it still boiled onto what Prof was saying, that it was about procreation. So that after that honeymoon kind of behavior, the girl was expected to now demonstrate, signs of pregnancy. And but currently, that is traditional, so don't give up yet. But currently, currently it is so westernized. It has been westernized, and it is true the Luo men are very gentle. And it is true that if romance and love is anything that is African to go by, then they try to demonstrate 75% of that to the girls that they marry from the neighboring communities, so that you don't run away. But the marriage concept still remains the same. But having said that, I mean, in conflict resolution, I think there's a chapter here. The Luo nation were very organized, and conflicts were managed very well because in the order in which you're born, and I think this Tony talks about it very clearly in the other book of From Cradle to Cradle. He really captures and does a wonderful presentation on that. And so the continuation of this in terms of conflict resolution, if you are two sons, there was one obviously building on the right and the other one building on the left of the homestead, and the order continues. So the guys who were born even numbers would be on the one side and the same to the right side. In the event of death of any of their spouses, it was not very possible that you'd cross the Liare or the homestead to go marrying your younger brothers or vice versa. And that kind of managed the conflict. The same happened with when you were many sisters. It was always done in a very orderly way, so that the firstborn girl would be allowed to make efforts to get married first, and then of course give room to the second, and in that way. And so because those things were some of the things that our grandmothers taught us as we grew up, which now is not there anymore. Today it is first come, first serve, whoever is lucky first, or if all of you, the three of you, no one is lucky, then it's okay. But those days there was a lot of support. So if the firstborn daughter succeeded in getting a husband, then the secondborn and the thirdborn are still malingering around and are not very successful, then you would even get your sister you give your sister to your husband, and so two of you or even three of you would be married with the same man. And I don't know why men were not complaining. And so you'd find homes like those ones where real sisters are married in the same home. And because of that order and the value system, the beliefs, and constant reminders of what the custom was all about, it was upheld, and there was less conflicts.
Love. In the words of the late Tina Turner, what's love got to do with it? I think that would be the question that somebody who is deeply entrenched in customary practices would ask. I mean, what's love got to do with it? You just do what you need to do. If it's, as Prof said, you have attained the age of marriage, get married. It's not about whether, you are attracted. In fact, I think the issue of romance and love, as a colleague here is saying, is, I call it the 3 A's: the attraction, the affection, and the affiliation. Those 3 A's are what people really seek after, and those are the things that tingle the adrenaline and the things that make the heart go, pa 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 pa. But in culture, it's not about necessarily those 3 A's. They can come, but not necessarily in that order. you know, and maybe not all of them, you know. So at some point you will be affiliated. You may get affection for this person. You might be attracted to this person, but the purpose of the marriage is not romance and love, as Prof said. It is about propagating the lineage, propagating the family line, getting more children so that your name is carried on and that particular family stays secure. And I think it's the same for us as in the Kikuyu culture. And as I said, you know, and Dr. Gahu is here, the Kikuyu men, we need to really help them, you know, with gentleness and romance and love, you know, and I rest my case.
And all the Kikuyu men said amen. Now, Daktari, this language of love, as you're saying, you know, is it foreign when it comes to African culture? You know, like in Kikuyu, is in Equidete, you know those, but actually, why do we make it look like it's foreign? Back nowadays, we always read such languages of love. Is it a creation of the commercial world? They want us to go constantly be buying these flowers and all these gifts because, oh, my language is gifts. Now, sincerely, you know, now, what would you say in African culture? Yeah.
Maybe I can only comment from what I know about, especially the Kikuyu culture, who are said to not be the hot lovers. But the one thing for sure, like she said, is that there is even no word for love. There's no word that translates, that was called to love. They did not have a differentiation between love and like. So normally it would be maybe like. But love was seen as a practical, if you think of the love concept, as now you'd talk about it, I think it was seen as a practical thing. It wasn't about, you know, those things she's talking about, romance, attraction, whatever. I guess it was more about affiliation, which is global. It's not for one person and the other. It involves the family and the other people in the relationship. So it wasn't something that, it was about a social thing. It didn't involve two people only. I don't think, even as Tony talks about, it wasn't about two people. It was about a community. It was a community affair. And so it was practical. And maybe if you talk about today, a good example is to say a tradition, and not even a tradition, a practical and normal, loving Kikuyu husband would rather bring meat to his wife on, you know, February 14th than bring flowers. However, if he's put under pressure and has to buy flowers, he can send somebody in his office to locate the flowers, have them delivered with a note, but for him, he feels like it's a waste of money. Because he's not socialized to see the point. He would rather buy meat or even sukuma wiki or something practical. So it was more practical because it was about thinking how to care about your family, to look after their needs, to make sure that they were well fed, that the children were well clothed. That was love in the traditional concept.
Also, on our own cultural destiny, Dr. Gahu, what do we do to conserve it? Is it good, old-fashioned?
I think it's to balance. For me, I keep thinking that there is no conflict at the end of the day. You have gone through school. You are the Christian person. You have learned about love. You have learned about that attraction. You can't give it up now. You are already in it, and you are the only person. You know, this is the only body to take you through life. So it's taken you through all those stages. So most likely today you will work, like somebody said, you will try to work to be understood by your spouse. So you try to work in order to make the relationship work. You will balance. So if they are so into the non-practical side of buying flowers, you send your office person to buy the flowers. It will still deliver the solution if that's the interpretation of. But in reality, you love. It's just that how you demonstrate it is different. because of that sense of practicalness. And if I can conclude by saying something about conflict resolution, just my perspective of the civil system and the court system as a conflict resolution provider, I see it as an undertaker. It comes when the marriage is dead. The traditional and the Christian solutions tend to be the ones of attempting to resuscitate, to sustain, to rebuild, to enhance, to keep it going. Yes.
Okay. I think, Prof, you heard some input, or you're done. Okay. Okay. Now I want us to talk about something interesting here, which is when at the height of the HIV pandemic, there were people we used to call terrorists. Why did we call them terrorists? These are guys who terror, okay? And they were stigmatized, and this is the concept of wife inheritance. They were stigmatized, especially in the western part of Kenya, because what would happen is that a lot of those situations were the spouses would die because of certain practices that happened there. So my question is this: the concept of a wife inheritance, or how we handle widows and widowers. Okay? Is it a security thing, or is it a sexual thing, or is it both, or is it complicated? No, I mean, all of you are going to answer, because, you see, in certain communities, they will say it's wife inheritance. In other communities, they will say, okay, we don't want, you have children with our son, okay? And our son has passed away. But we'll have to keep you here for purposes of whatever. And yeah, so Professor Quinn can start, and then the other panelists will mention it. Okay?
I think the whole concept of terror was... it had a very good intention traditionally, because one, it was for social security and continuity of the lineage of the deceased. It had very good intention, and it was done in a very organized way, and it was not random. It was something that was well thought through. And because death was not always sudden, the terror group were always hovering somewhere, I think, and they knew who were the potential candidates to inherit according to the Luo customs. And so it worked well in those days, and then HIV and AIDS came. And so a lot of women who were caught up were those ones who, quote unquote, were not empowered, in the sense that they were married young, they did not perhaps go to school, they didn't have a way of raising up
conversations, Dr. that we are still having even within our spaces. Health practitioners, health lawyers, and seeing how we can ensure that these customs do not harm, but rather they can empower, they can protect these widows. Yeah.
Dr. Ngao. Yeah, I mean, protecting the widow is very critical, regardless of the culture, right? Only that probably, as the two panelists has mentioned, I think there has been a very, wanton perversion of, protecting this widow. So, what are your comments, especially when it comes to the perspectives of maybe different cultures that you've probably interacted with? Yeah.
I think all cultures had a way of trying to protect the widow, but I would think with the way things have gone, the agenda changed completely. And I remember, like, when my first dad died many years ago, my uncle attempting to come to our home and thinking that my mom, who was a Christian, who had been married in church and believed that she cannot even cook in a man's house if he has not married her, he came around like he had such intentions, and it became a big conflict because my mom said that she will not even open a door for him unless she chooses, and said that he should know that at any point, okay, this is a strong woman. Even in those days, many years ago, it was over 30 years ago, and she was able to stand her ground and tell him, you are not welcome here unless I say so. You can come and knock the door and I'll open by choice, or I will choose that I cannot open. Yeah? And of course, she had been married to her husband who was educated and well-schooled, and now this uncle, brother of the husband, was not of even any place near. So that's my first exposure to the idea that maybe, I don't even think he could have adopted her or been able to protect her or facilitate her, because I think she had more capability to protect her children, manage her family, than if he. So for me, I always like to think that's where I remember seeing something that attempted that. But in today's society, the way things are, it's to a large extent not really happening or being very easily viable. And then I would say from a Christian, because we said we are the same people, we are Christian, we are the same person who is cultural, and we are the same one who ends up in the civil. What I have seen for example, if I may just say the way it progressed, is that my mom, by the time now she finished educating her many children and reached the age of 57, she actually, as the Christian person she was, who had been married in a Christian marriage, she called me and told me that she decided that because all of you have now finished school and that all of you are now settled, that she is going to remarry. And she told me that she is going to go to the church. And she told me that she's not asking my permission or my advice, that she's simply informing me as a matter of fact, because according to our culture, you see, she's going to church, because according to the culture, we shouldn't have no role in the decision or approval or comment about their mother getting married, or their father for that matter. And so she proceeded to go to her now original home and talk to her uncle and inform him. But again, in this situation, no bride price could be taken. You don't take dowry when you marry a woman who was married by another man and he paid the dowry. According to the culture, I learned that now from that example, from that experience. And so my mom proceeded to, she was approved for by the uncles, and she could proceed, but she didn't need to go through the processes because it's a repeat. And after that cultural effort of talking to she went to church. The same Catholic church that wedded her with my dad, and now she married her second husband, who became my second dad. And then she proceeded, this is not a young woman, she's in her 80s now. She proceeded to create a completely blended family that she helped us become one, blending with the children of the new husband, who was widowed, had also been married in church. I wanted to say that also because we say that if you're married in church, that there is no room for marrying again. We swear to love and to hold until death do us part. And when it does, many people don't have the courage, especially during the time of my mother. Nobody could believe it. In our neighborhood, one of her friends came to visit us, and she was beaten by her husband because you went to visit that home. You are going to learn how to get married. In other words, he didn't even conceptualize that for her, that she was already single, and therefore it's not the same with his wife, and that for as long as my father was there, she was loyal, properly married. But it was a very unusual thing even for us to run. But I just thought I would share that because it's now my experience that it can happen, and it happened to me, and it worked in a totally different way. So when you are in today's world where you are the cultural person, my mom still is the one who teaches us about culture. She's the same one who is the Christian and teaches us about Christianity. But she was able to blend the two and still continue her life and have a kind of continuity. And she has lived a very healthy life to 82 now.
Excellent.
And I stop there.
Yes, thank you. Now, we are coming to a close. The panelists here are quite tired, and I think we'd like to draw this to at least a conclusion. But before we do that, I'd like to have a parting shot from all of you. Now, what is your parting shot looking at marriage in the traditional cultural perspective, in the modern world, for those who are thinking about marriage? And in terms of from what you've already said, what would be your parting shot when it comes to how we're trying to look at marriage from the traditional perspective, and how we can move forward as a way of ensuring that we enshrine our traditional values that actually protect the institution of marriage and ensure that we live in a harmonious way? What would be your parting shot on that?
One word: blending.
Blending.
Because you can't go for one,
yes,
being who you have become.
Yes.
You can't really give up where you are.
Yes.
And you can unlearn so much. Mm-hmm. Of course, we are told today that we should learn to learn, relearn,
yes,
and also unlearn. So maybe where we can start is unlearning some of the negative things about the modern, learning some things from the culture, and balancing that with the things we also learn from Christianity. And that's what I call blending.
Fantastic.
And you can tell from all my comments and responses, I am a believer in blending, and that's what I do. I go and do the traditional, I do the Christian, and I combine with the modern, which is not even Christian or cultural.
Okay, blend. Okay, fantastic. Okay, Professor Queen.
I think marriage is a good thing, whether culturally, religiously, or civil. It's still a good thing. I think for the young people in this audience, and to the mothers and to the prospective mothers-in-laws, we just need to keep on talking about it and give the variations and what it is, depending on which culture you subscribe to. Because at the end of the day, we cannot you can't run away from your culture. At some stage in life, your child would want an identity of where they belong. So give them the option. Be interested in reading literature that speaks to your culture. And of course, because I'll not speak again, I would challenge now the author to try now. We were very privileged to talk about marriage between now, it's more of like Luo and Kikuyu custom. It would have been very interesting now in the next book, because I'm hoping there'll be 2 books that can come out, part 2 of this one, just to do a comparative and contrasting analysis of Kenyan ethnicities, and just based on marriage, so that we are able to borrow from each other, and the book becomes a one-stop shop for any generation that is interested in reading. And so that then will create a lot of awareness, because we need to appreciate our cultures. The knowledge is rich, and of course the beliefs and values that we've come up until now are things that we need to embrace.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, Tony, another book coming up, compilation of the African cultures. Okay, Dr. Naomi.
So thank you very much, and I just also want to take the opportunity to say thank you for this opportunity to be a panelist. I have learned so much from the interaction, and what I can say is that time, I think, is now ripe for a proper intergenerational discourse and transmission agenda. Yeah, we need to not shy away from our identity, as Prof said, and embrace it, whether it is a multicultural identity, whether it's a positives of these particular customs. So I say Mkosamila ni mtumwa, and we need to know where we are coming from in order to know where we are going.
Fantastic. Round of applause for the panelists. Asante sana. I'll hand over back to the MC, and then who will take us to the next step now. I think our panelists are very hungry, so kindly, I think they can step down. Yeah, please, you can step down, at least go grab something. Fantastic. Another round of applause for the panelists. Asante sana. Okay, super.
Thank you very much, Dr. Steve, for moderating this very well. We also want to thank you, Dr. Naomi, Dr. Queen, and Dr. Gahu. Now, I want us to appreciate them, and we're going to give them 10 factorial claps. So shall you be upstanding? Tusimame, we just do the 10 factorial claps. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And because we are actually getting the climax of this event, we have the comments from the author, then we'll be having a few activities before we launch the book. So we are going to give them 10. So we'll start with 10, then 9. All right, are we ready? All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Thank you very much. DJ, before they sit down, we want to take you through the Kenyan journey in a song. Because you know I'm an artist, and we did this song because we want also to enjoy the cultural diversity. And this is a bottle that I'll take home, because I can see this man has written so many books, and there's a challenge for him to keep on writing and writing and writing. We have A Day at the Market, The Traveler, From the Cradle to Cradle. We launched it last year, and now today we are launching Not Without My Water Pot, and then we have Money and Money. Now, today he has given us many things. And because he's going to write more, because there is a part 2 of this, it's coming, So you can be sure next year there is another event like this one, So I'm invited to launch. Kenam, 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 Achororo, Kenam, 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 Achorum, Kenam, 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 Achoro, Kenam. Hi, mapeka. Mapeka. Yeah. Asante sana. Let's appreciate one. Nampatie makofi hata huyo jirani yako. Tunaweza kaa chini sasa. At this point, I know we are all eagerly waiting to hear from the author. Huyu anaitwa the GOAT author. Kuna mtu ameandika vitabu vingi kama yeye. This is a talented man. And leo he's launching one book that has got so many. He's got a style that he wants to do it. DJ, if you have that song for Mr. Tony Olang, even as we appreciate, let's put our hands together as we welcome the man of the day, Mr. Tony Olang. Tupige makofi mpaka afike hapo, eh? Weke muziki. Mtamsaidia kudance. Haya, tusimame wote. DJ, wapatie muziki. Tuone atazindikishwa na watu wangapi mpaka hapa. Hey, aha. Hey, ya. We want to see some love, some love. Hey. Hey. Twende. They are coming. Let them come. Kuja. Hapo katikati. Hey, 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 hey. Wewe. Sukus. Let's give it up for Tony Olang. Show him some love, energy. Hey, ah. Hey, Chicago. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Haya, hapo hapo. One more round like that one. Don't get tired. 20 round. One more round. Hey, hey. Teremuka. Chini kidogo. Teremuka. Hey. P. Ah. P. Thank you for the love. Wave. Hey. Hey. Put your hands together for Mr. Tony Olang. Thank you, DJ. Asante. Wape makofi ya Bwana Olang Tony. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This has been an awesome evening. And having the wonderful brains that we had here, I think all that's left for me to do is probably just to read the acknowledgements page of the book, which is not without my water pot. And I'll read as it is in print. This journey of authorship would not have begun without my colleagues from Nairobi Primary School. The questions that they asked led me to seek answers from my grandmother, Dorcas Obwon, and my mother, Jane Atieno. The pursuit of additional information led me to the works by authors and scholars who have been listed in the reference section of this book, including Mr. Felix Okach and Professor Humphrey Ojwang, who have always been available to share nuggets of wisdom. It is the readers of my first book, From the Cradle to the Cradle, Story of the Luo Nation, who have guided me to seek more answers to the questions on marriage according to Luo customs. I remain eternally grateful for the guidance, support, and continued encouragement from the many friends who have been asking when they would be able to read the next book. And as we are going on with that, I'll probably invite a wonderful lady seated in the room to give you some reading. Maybe you can welcome her as she comes. This has been my reference point. A lot of airtime has been spent, a lot of laughs on the phone, yes, wonderful stories. And I thought it would be wonderful if you got to hear it. You got to hear her voice. Yes, over to you. Yes.
I'm reading The Traveler. The Traveler, dedication to my mother and grandfather. Before you do anything, smile. Before you do anything, smile. As a little boy, James grew up in the village Oramula, near the shores of Lake Victoria in Kenya. James walked to school on foot in order to learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic. His brother traveled from Mombasa to Kisumu by train. James was excited to go and live with his brother in Mombasa. He enjoyed watching the trains at the railway station in Mombasa during his free time. He went to high school in Mombasa.
This is an illustrated book, so when you get your copies, you'll be able to appreciate the illustration.
After graduating from high school, he joined the army. He boarded a ship and sailed to Burma. After his work in Burma, he boarded another ship and sailed back to Mombasa. He boarded a train in Mombasa. The train took him to Kisumu. He took a bus from Kisumu to Game, where he lived with his family happily thereafter.
A clap for Mom. And we also have another of the new items on the menu titled A Day at the Market. And I'll invite Dad to come and also give us a reading. Welcome, please.
DJ, if you can play the Awinja song.
I think that's what he's demonstrating. I'm happy. The lady was about love. Now, the lady who has just spoken is my love, my first love. And we lived together in the UK for a long time when I was doing my PhD. All my children are here except one. A Day at the Market by Tony Lang. Dedication, dedicated to my father and grandmother, whose hard work, resilience, and dedication have enabled many others, including myself, to enjoy the privileges we currently do. After preparing her children and seeing them off to school, Dada picks oranges from the nearby farm. Dada happens to be my mother, who passed on about a year and a half ago at 100 years. And I think that book, the first book and the second one, are a result of some of the interactions that Tony had with her before she passed on. So the oranges that are being talked about are the oranges that took us to school. It was not an easy time. So she prepares us, that's her children, and seeing them off to school. She picks oranges from the nearby farm. Dada makes the trek from the village to the market in the company of her friend. As Tony has said, these books are illustrated, and I've not had a look at them, but I can see illustrations here containing some of the oranges and the environment around which we lived. Dada sells her oranges at the market, and this is some of the money she has made to buy bananas and onions. After his day at school, her son Bob, strange enough, that's me. My name is Robert Jalango Akelo. In short, Bob Akelo. My friends call me Bob Akelo. Her son Bob walks from the village and awaits for her under a tree at Rivasari. Interesting. Bob is delighted to see his mother and is happy to help her carry the basket home. Her children are happy to welcome her home. The family proceeds to sleep after everyone has done their homework and the sun has set. That's the end of the book. Tony, thanks very much for thinking of me and your grandmother, and thanks very much for dedicating this book to her, and thanks for calling me Bob here. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a reflection on love. Without love, there won't be such a dedication. Thank you.
This is a story about a woman in Busia County.
What about it?
Who goes from a simple business.
We want us to join him doing this twist. If you can do a twist. Hata kina mama. Hey! Ndio huyo mama. Mama umeapo. Right. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, DJ. Asante sana, the lady in love and the lady for love. How are you? All right. There is a surprise Tony has for us. And we want to invite on stage Dr. Naomi. In fact, all the doctors, please just come. We are calling them doctors with voices. These ones are musicians. All the doctors, please join us. All the doctors, all the doctors. Arida Churi. Achuri. Asante DJ. Thank you. Now, who will do alto? Alto. Who does alto here? Ah, she knows. And then soprano, of course, you and doctor. No, you'll know. It's something that's very easy. Yeah, and I know because you're doctors, you're very professionals, and you're also talented, you're very smart. Even in music, of course you are. And then, of course, Dr. Steve will do bass or tenor. He's a very good tenor. Baritone, that's a good bass. Then Tony will do tenor, and I'll do tenor. I can do tenor or bass. Okay. So it's a very simple song. And anyone here amongst us who knows this song, you can join us. Okay. We're in school, Sunday school. Ni ile gani tulikuwa naimba tukitoa sadaka?
Sasa ndio wakati. Doa
Imbeni tuimbe. Toa ndugu,
toa dada,
toa ndugu,
toa dada,
ulicho nacho wewe, Mungu anakuona mpaka rohoni. Sasa hatuimbi hivi. Imagine you're just going to count 1 to 10. You can do it in Luo, in Kikuyu, in Swahili, in English.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hivyo. But now tutapewa melody and 2020 will give us the melody. I have changed a bit. I wanted to see kama atakumbuka the melody. Haya.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sasa tuko 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sasa tuko 10. Achiel ariyo adek ang'wen abich auchiel abiriyo aboro ochiko koro wanie achiel ariyo adek ang'wen abich auchiel abiriyo aboro ochiko koro wanie
apar.
Ithathatũ mũgwanja inyanya kenda rĩu ikũmi ĩmwe igĩrĩ ithatũ inya ithano ithathatũ mũgwanja inyanya kenda.
Weka track. By the way, Tony is a musician. He recorded this track and he wants to have copyright to it 100% and he's going to sell it on YouTube. You just wait and see. Hebu cheza your beats. And now you can be upstanding. Mmeshashika hiyo wimbo rahisi eh? Haya. Tusimame tuimbe pamoja. Now we do not know. Huyu ni nani huyu? Tusimame sote. If you can sing in soprano, tenor, bass. Richard, are you ready? It's called 1, 2, 3. Haya, nimeona hapa Kijaluo peke yake. Sio hiyo. Tumeimba Kikuyu na Kijaluo. Check on WhatsApp Richard before the Awinja. So, tumeshaimba Kikuyu, Kiswahili. Ni gani tujaimba na wako hapa? Kisii. We have a Kisii here. Where is Jackie? Jared, where are you, Jared? Jared. Jo kidogo tutakufunza.
He's also a doctor, by the way.
Oh, doctor. In fact, all the doctors are supposed to be here because yeah, we have a name for you. These singers are called Doctors with Voices. DWV. Leo tumepata team. So, please show us how you do it. 1, 2 mpaka 10 in Kisii. Count too. Just counting. 1 imwe. Haya.
Emo. Ibere. Isatu. Ine. Isano.
Hivyo. DJ ready? Sasa ni chorus tu. Kwanza usikie. Oh, by the way, I want to ask if there's somebody who can get that tune ya nani. If you are musicians here because we have borrowed the tune from someone. Hebu cheza kidogo. We have improvised with some Ohangla, Kitoni Nyadundu, Kitoni Olang.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sasa tuko 10. Achiel ariyo adek ang'wen abich auchiel abiriyo aboro ochiko koro wanie apar.
Imwe igĩrĩ ithatũ inya ithano ithathatũ mũgwanja inyanya kenda rĩu tũrĩ 10.
7, 8, 9, sasa tuko 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sasa tuko 10.
Imwe igĩrĩ ithatũ inya ithano ithathatũ mũgwanja inyanya kenda rĩu tũrĩ 10. Daktari anapata. Haya. Just put your hands together now. The original is done by Missy Elliott, but now the rendition has been done by Tony Olang. So we expect all these doctors in studio. Once we agree, we can actually bring the producer to your offices. They will record all of you, and you are going to copyright that song for Tony Olang. Asante sana, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana madaktari.
So I thought we'd just do a small recap. Last year, we started with From the Cradle to the Cradle. A gathering such as this one requested that I do a deep dive into marriage, which was chapter 8 in the first book. I believe you all are getting packages which have this book in it. We'll have a session after this. I believe after the formal event, there's some cake there, and there's something we are going to do here. The Traveler, which Mom very kindly read. A Day at the Market, which Dad has also very kindly read. And then a very interesting one here, titled My Little Big Animal Coloring Book, with names in 10+1 African languages. So when you go inside there, you'll find illustrations for coloring and the names of that animal in 10+1 African languages. Bwana MC, kuja tufanye kazi hapa alafu watu wakule keki.
We want somebody who is operating this, because you are very ready now to launch, and I request that we be upstanding to pige makofi, shangwe na nderemo, moment of photos, selfies, upige kabisa, we make it trend now.
So you can all hold a little dove in your hands. You know what you do when you have a little dove? You hold it in your hands like that. Yes, this is a token of peace. And then we can all together let that dove fly. We can do that, yeah?
We practice first?
Yeah, we practice.
Okay, as we remove this, you unveil this, and as you get ready. So, how do you release the dove? Slowly, gently, yeah? Aya, kwanza unaiokota tu kama iko hapa kwa meza. Unaipaka unaitoa vumbi kidogo, and then the dove is a peaceful bird. And then you do it gently. That's how you're going to launch this book. You're going to launch it together because it is our book, okay? All right, I think, Mr. Tony, we are good now. So once it goes up, then you do your thing, and also this. All right, Mr. Tony, carry on. Yay, makofi, makofi, makofi. And the DJ hapa atacheza muziki hapo za kufurahisha kabisa. Keep on clapping, keep on clapping. Shangwe na nderemo. Not without my water pot. Yeah. It's officially launched now, ladies and gentlemen. Marriage According to Luo Customs by Tony Olang. Congratulations. Please join him on stage if you want to. Dr. Ri, join him on stage. Come and say hello to him. Please come and congratulate him. Ata mom, dad, everyone, this is our opportunity now. time be waiting for is officially here. Congratulations, Tony. You're doing a wonderful job. Thank you, DJ. Endelea tu hivyo DJ, endelea tu hivyo DJ. Asante sana. Congratulations, congratulations. Join us, all of us. I know we want a photo for memories. When history is written, of course, tutakukumbuka. Congratulations, Tony Olang, once again. Kidogo. Picha ya kila mtu sasa. One. Yeah. Mom, thank you. Your moment of fame is here with us. Everybody have an opportunity with this great man. Next. Thank you. Come on, come all. Let's celebrate. Not without my water pot. Marriage according to Luo Customs by Tony Olang. Congratulations. Dr. Queen, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Congratulations, sir. Next. Come on, come all. Any. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We shall be cutting the cake and signing of the book. Kake wa Kake representing Congratulations, congratulations. Bodyguards. Bodyguards and nephews, right there representing. Who else is remaining? Dr. Gahu. Dr. Gahu, karibu. Yeah, please do, please do. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who else is remaining? You want to cut the cake? Richo, tunataka kukata keki, ile kukata keki. Now we need the cake, we need to cut the cake. We have the cake matron. More photos for you. Are you ready for the cake, Nini? All right. We can now cut the cake. Haya DJ, tuweke kata keki sasa. Our ushers will be attending to us. We have something for you, even as we cut the cake. Msiende, tukate keki, tule. Iko na zawadi kidogo. So who will assist us with the cake matron today? Grace. Auntie Grace. Auntie Grace, where are you? Auntie Grace. Auntie Grace, what do they... We'll do a countdown. 3, 2, 1, and then we cut the cake. Norman Maria Luisa, please come. DJ cheza DJ. Here we are, Auntie Grace. After we've done something, we'll do just a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and then we cut the cake in style. All right. In the count of 3, 2, and Kata, 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 kata. Tuweke kata, kata, DJ. Kata. If you're hungry and you know, clap your hands. You're hungry for the cake. Kata. If you have a book, we are ready to sign. He will come to your table if you need him to sign a book for you. We'll be doing it randomly as you enjoy the cake. You have a book. You have been given a t-shirt and a book. Ushers wetu, I hope everybody has their package. Ukikula keki, the cake will be served as Tony signs the book. So unasonga pale na kitabu chako, t-shirt tuko nayo.
up in the sky, in the sky. Hey, girl, you got me dancing a lingo. The way that you move in your window, dancing a lingo, dancing a lingo. Yeah, you got me dancing a lingo. The way that you move in your window, dancing a lingo, dancing a lingo, a lingo, a lingo. The way that you move in your window, move in your window, move in your window, a lingo, a lingo. The way that you move in your window. from you. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja. No, 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 no. Jaja, your body, Jaja. No, no. Jaja, your body, Jaja, baby. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja, baby. I hope you know, say, this you could say, where you carry for back, they make me the quick. Baby, quick. Kankupake wese, nese, zamenda nina rungu komredi kipepepe, ooh la la la. Your body fine, now when you whine, you blow my mind, ooh la la la. I don't wanna waste your time, so please be nice, so make your mind, ooh la la la. Kissing in the rain, fall from the morning till the night, ooh la la la. La 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 la. Kupe kila kitu, chana kwa usiku, tufanye mavitu, baby mavitu. Kupe kila kitu, chana kwa usiku, tufanye mavitu, baby vitu, baby. So take it slow up a wine. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja. No, no, no. Jaja, your body, Jaja. No, no. Jaja, your body, Jaja, baby. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja. Jaja, your body, Jaja, baby.
Dala, you can't make me feel like I do you wrong. Jaga, if you want time, I go give you more. Jara, today you go give me love. Sawa, that's if you walk on my best, na madu. Wanna paka, wanna nita. Esa, when a boy tatakila say. Wanna paka, wanna nita. Esa, that's if you walk on my best, na madu. Wanna paka, wanna nita. Esa, when the boy tatakila say. Wanna paka, wanna nita.
Adekaburu kwa Mandela, rudi kwa bibi Kinondoni, Ambalulu kunjadela, mwanangu Gigi simuoni, aje, ainama, mama, ainuka, baby short them.